is it. No more tomorrows, no more matches, no more second chances. Win this group or leave the stage at the Mattioli Arena. Welcome everyone to Leicester for the session that decides who fills the last available spot in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League of 2025. Already assured of returning here the week after next for the climax of the tournament, Iran's Hossein Vafai, China's Si Jiahui, world champion Kyron Wilson, local hero Mark Selby, former Indian Open winner Matthew Selt, and world number one Judd Trump, who conquered Group 6 in fine style on Thursday. As for the semi-final lineup in Group 7, Zhao Guodong, Ricky Walden and Nopon Sankam are through, with our next match on Table 1 a straight shootout to decide who joins them. Yes, Dave Gilbert versus Zhou Yulong is do or die. Meanwhile, the outcome of Ricky Walden against Joe O'Connor on Table 2 will influence who plays who in the playoffs. So joining me for this one is Peter Lines, and I said it was a straight shootout, but in fact, if Zhou Yulong loses 3-2, that will be enough for him to squeeze into the playoffs by a single frame.
Yeah, and he has played some pretty good stuff today so far. At least Dave Gilbert knows his task, knows where he stands. And more importantly, Bill, he knows he's got to play better than he has done so far today.
Yeah, so to put it plainly, for Gilbert, he has to win 3-1 or 3-0. If it's 3-2 to Gilbert, both he and Zhou Yulong, and indeed Nopon Sankam, would have 2 points, but Gilbert would have an inferior frames won lost record.
One.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start for Yulong.
Three. Four.
Yeah, didn't want to kiss the blue on the way past. Wanted to probably use the blue as a chance to split the reds up. Now he's going to need a good shot to get round the table for either the red below the black or the one just to the right of the pack.
Zhou Yulong, 4.
Yeah, but missed the blue, but Cannon in the green. No harm done. Yeah, I like the look of that shot from Dave Gilbert. Very attacking. Pick off the reds, swing it round the angles.
Well, I think, Peter, you put it best in between sessions. Essentially, for Dave Gilbert, this is like a quarter-final.
Yeah, really, yeah. The knockout starts now for Dave. He's played a few group matches, but this is must win. If he wins his next 3 matches, he'll win the group.
Head-to-head wise, it's 2-2. Gilbert's 2 victories over Zhou Yulong came when the Chinese player was in his mid-teens. One occasion when he was 15, the other when he was 16. Their two most recent encounters have been won by Zhou. Another cracking pot. He's been really unlucky there that a rogue red is blocked the blue to the top pocket.
Yeah, fantastic. Long opening red. Actually, the blue doesn't pot, and I presume the black doesn't pot, although it may do. The black may well sneak in. I think he's choosing to play the blue and move the red away from the pocket instead. And playing safe.
Joe, you're long. 1.
I think you were right. The black did pot, but there was such a minuscule margin of error. I don't think you could risk it. But theoretically, I think it did go in. If this match is anything like their last meeting, it should be intriguing. It was the quarter-final of the Northern Ireland Open in 2022. Zhou trailed 4-2, but won 5-4, making a big century in the decider.
Again, it's a pretty good safety shot from Gilbert. They have forced Zhou into another pot. Wow, that is fantastic cueing.
Technically, Peter, he's found something today he did not possess yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he did any work last night on the practice table, but he's definitely come out a different player today.
By the way, we've partially discovered the mystery of Noppon Sankam limping around the table.
4.
Apparently, his leg was sore yesterday, or to be more precise, his knee. But it got worse overnight, and it's not improved at any point today. Not really sure what the diagnosis might be. But if he's involved in back-to-back lengthy matches in semi-final and final, I think he'll be feeling it towards the end.
$12.
And the other thing to say, before we really concentrate on this match, is that as yet, we don't know who will play who in the semi-finals. All very much up in the air.
This is a very impressive start.
20.
Left himself a little bit hampered here on this red, but shouldn't be a problem. Just a straightforward roll through shot on this red.
21.
May see him just play into those reds a little bit. Doesn't really have to, but could just open them up a little bit.
28.
I'm not sure he's got the angle to stay for the black, so you have to go down the table for a baulk colour. Once that ball
29.
starts travelling around the table, position becomes a lot more difficult. There you go. Cue ball. I want it to be at least another 2 feet down the
32.
table.
$33.
Outpacing this frame considerably. On table 2, Ricky Walden in the first frame is just on frame ball. And it's knocked in, so Walden 1-0 up in no time. If he wins that match, or indeed if he loses at 3-2, he will finish at the top of the round robin phase.
$40.
Yeah, it's probably not something that happens very often, though, where a player wins every match in the group and then goes on to win the semi-final and final.
Well, a cautionary note would be, of course, Joe O'Connor, who in Group 6 won 6 matches out of 6.
41.
But he couldn't maintain it.
No need to play a cannon again here, just on and off the cushion and out for the red, but gone far enough to get
48.
the one, the extreme left of the cluster. Or does he think it's a plant? Well,
49.
there's your answer. 54 in front. This black is frame ball.
Had trouble killing off the last 2 frames of his previous match
56.
earlier this afternoon against Noppon Sankan. And maybe the same thing has afflicted him here. Only one snooker needed.
56.
Yeah, and the way the balls are, it's certainly worth a go.
Frame conceded.
Well,
Frame.
Dave Gilbert has had enough in more ways than one, it seems. He trails 1-0. Ricky Walden 1-0 up on the other table against Joe O'Connor.
Let's have a look. Okay.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, where Group 7 is brewing up nicely. I can tell you, by the way, Ricky Walden on table 2 won the first frame with a break of 117.
Thank you. Second frame, David Gilbert to break.
Now for Gilbert, it is no more wiggle room. Has to win the match. Simply has to win it. And he has to win the next 3 frames. 3-2 victory, not enough.
Just not sure he's got the fight in him today. Sure he's up for the task, but let's hope so. Dave's having a go at this red. Looks like he's changed his mind. Is he playing it into the reds and screwing back to ball? He is.
Now, as a coach, Peter, that's one thing you would always tell your pupils never to do. Stay down on the shot and change your mind what you're going to do when you're down on the shot, because your whole alignment, your whole body shape, your stance isn't quite right.
Yeah, it's easy to get that one wrong. Don't quite get yourself back into position properly. Led it pretty well. He has left a pot for Jar, but it's very tough to sneak it past the other one. Position not guaranteed either. Yeah, again, he now struggling to make his mind up what he's going to play. Way too thin.
When I saw the cue ball heading towards the jaws of the pocket, I thought he can't get cover behind yellow or brown, and he hasn't. There is a gap, a large gap.
One.
Yeah, I think he's just about got out for the black.
Eight.
Yeah, the balls are positioned. Surprised to see Dave trying to stay on the black as much as possible.
$16. $17.
This is a fantastic scoring chance for Gilbert.
24.
One you feel he has to take if he wants to any aspirations of winning this
25.
match. bad. It's not what he
32.
played. He didn't want to kiss that red on the way past, but it's okay. Oh, he's got options. Got 2 or 3 decent enough options to stay on the black.
$33.
Because of the red close to Gilbert, his bridge hand wasn't quite as normal.
40.
He's not blessed in the cue power department. He left himself a little bit straight, which meant let's play for this red into the middle instead of powering it back out. But no problem.
41.
Still in prime position. Six reds, 6 blacks. Joe O'Connor's £500 is
48.
under threat here, Phil.
Yes, and over the course
49.
of the 6 days of snooker we've had here, a total of 12 sessions, we've had one 147 attempt after the next. Everyone has come up short, even though some of them,
56.
many of them, have been gilt-edged chances. And you have to say, this falls into that category.
$57.
Yeah, I don't see any way, mate, that Dave's not going to do everything he possibly can to try and stay on the black. Perfect to go through the
64.
gap. The extreme left red.
65.
Been
72.
flawless so far.
$73.
The red closest to the corner pocket, that will free the other one. Yeah, I think, Phil, this is one of those occasions where
80.
Dave's been going for this maximum from ball 1.
81.
This would be Gilbert's 3rd maximum in professional competition, and indeed 3rd maximum
88.
in the Championship League. He made one against Joe
89.
Dong in 2015. Another against Stephen Maguire in 2019. And that was the 147th 147.
96.
This would be the 211th and 9th this season. Come on, Dave.
Thank you. 97.
Yeah, that looks a little bit straight. If you can screw back and avoid that red. Closest to a little grimace there from Dave. I don't think he can. Have to try and power it round. 2 cushions. Needed to run or stop. Yes, and it's just gone now in no man's land. Just exactly where he didn't want it. Still got a chance, but again, slightly awkward cueing. I see him throw the cue if he misses. Gets in. Yeah, terrific shot.
105.
The 14th red proved a stumbling block for Judd Trump earlier this week, not for Dave Gilbert.
Again, he's just got into that one a fraction too much. He's got a shot at the red and a natural angle to go back for the black, but he's a little bit thinner than he would have liked.
This could be the most important pot of the lot. Okay, the pink isn't on its spot, but this is the one that should hold things together.
Has he got the angle to get down for the yellow? It's hard to tell from here. Oh yeah, it looks okay. Needs cueing well though. Oh, that's a lovely shot. A lovely shot.
$120. 122.
Some absolutely terrific players on 3 maximums. And now Dave Gilbert is 4 pots away from emulating them.
I believe in the blue. Ah, the blue paused. It doesn't look like it paused, does it? That's perfect.
$134.
Earlier this week, Joe O'Connor and Jack Lazowski made 140 and didn't pot the black. But David Gilbert pots it. That was
David Gilbert.
Perfection at just the right time. What a way to start a potential comeback. A 1-4-7 maximum break. Congratulations to David Gilbert. If you are just joining us, your timing, I'm afraid, isn't impeccable. And that's because a couple of minutes ago, Dave Gilbert made a 1-4-7 break to draw level with Zhou Yulong at one frame each in a match he has to win to make the playoffs in Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League. It's the 16th 1-4-7 in this tournament over the years. 211th in all professional competition, 9th this season, and with 3 in pro tournament play, Dave Gilbert is now tied 17th on the all-time list with some really good former and current players. James Watanabe, Jamie Cope, Stephen Maguire, Liang Wenbo, Barry Hawkins, Ali Carter, Robert Milkins, Nopon Sankam, Zhang Ganda and Mark Williams.
Illustrious company.
One.
And Peter, I believe that's the first 1-4-7 you've commentated on.
Yeah, it certainly is, and an absolute pleasure to be sat here when a good friend of mine, Dave, completes such a magnificent break. Let's hope it spurs him on for this comeback.
5.
Well, it should be worth
6.
£500 because, of course, that's the highest break of the group, eclipsing 138 from Joe O'Connor.
Yeah, just to make Joe O'Connor's day slightly worse. He's going to come
13.
bottom of the group and he's had the highest break stolen from him.
David Gilbert, 13.
Dave Gilbert there just proving what a phenomenal player he is in amongst the balls. Just casually walks back to his seat and sits down, Phil, after he'd completed the break.
Yeah, it's a strange 1-4-7 atmosphere at the Championship League because, of course, it's played behind closed doors, so there's no clapping and cheering as there normally would be for a max. But inside, he must be very proud of himself.
Yeah, definitely, because I was speaking to him when he had the chance the other day and he was absolutely livid when he missed a easy black off the spot on 97. So yeah, it still means a lot.
Yeah, the chance he spurned the other day, that was just as good as the one he's converted there. So that was the thrill. Now it's down to the bread and butter. Win the next 2 frames as well.
Joe just looking where he can leave the cue ball to try and leave Gilbert in a little bit of trouble, but along the ball cushion, but good chance he could get him in behind the green here, which would put Gilbert in a world of trouble. Screw the white back to ball.
Foul. 6. Joe, you're on.
Well, in terms of the penalty points, that's obviously unlucky. But at least there is some distance between red and cue ball. And I can tell you on table 2, Ricky Walden leads Joe O'Connor 2-0. So that means, regardless of the eventual outcome, Walden will be the table topper because he's won 14 frames. The only other player on 4 points, Zhao Guodong, has finished his fixtures with 13 frames won.
Well, has he left the red closest to the corner pocket? He has. That's a poor shot, and if he hasn't, he's been very fortunate. Where Dave Gilbert's looking, I don't think he has. Yeah, black being on the cushion, he can't really play the long dead straight red. He's going to have to look for safety and try and cover the red over the pocket. Love to get it in behind the yellow if he could. It's close. Yeah, and again, Dave's been a little bit unfortunate there because while the red stayed close to the right corner, Shao could drop on the one closest to the left corner. There's another red blocking it, so be very surprised if Zhao leaves anything here.
Foul and a miss for David Gilbert.
Dave just having a look. He's got red into the middle pocket, but just looking to see if he took that red on, if he could stop the white dead, and would he actually leave anything if he missed it. Massive rewards if he gets it. Play it's a shot to nothing. That takes all the pressure off the shot.
One.
Yeah, great shot.
Always more pressure on a shot when you know if you get it, you should make plenty. And that's the art of break building we've just seen there, Peter. Okay, plenty of reds were available, but you can never have enough. Get another one open. Increase your options all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can take the red into the middle pocket now, that would open up the pink big time. Be surprised if he doesn't take that one. Creates a tremendous opening.
Eight.
Just to reiterate, a 3-2 win for Dave Gilbert would not be sufficient. He has to win 3-1 to make the semi-finals at Zhou's expense. At 1-0 down, you didn't fancy Gilbert's chances. But I think that 147 has reinvigorated him, as you might expect, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. Although he wasn't too pleased with that shot. Well, leave himself hampered. No problem. In
50.
it goes.
Always been good over balls, Gilbert. Quite tall, that helps. Sturdy bridge.
21. 22.
Amazes me this game how a player can just look down and out 1 minute and absolutely buzzing the next. And vice versa. 1 minute you think you can't miss, next minute you can't pot a ball.
28. Nine.
Yeah, just a series of little stuns and soft screw shots.
35.
Don't think we'll see Dave play for the black, even though he's just come round to have a look at it. Be very surprised. He risks it.
36.
Yes, even though the pockets over the last 6 days have been on the generous side, why risk it when you've got an open pink? An open pink that goes to its 4 natural pockets.
42.
Building up healthy lead here. You're 53 in front.
43.
Gonna need at least 1 more red, possibly 2. Doesn't seem any problems at this stage.
49. Okay. 50.
Yes, pink will put him 67 in front with 67 left on, so 1 more red after this. We're going to get a 1-frame shootout, Phil, to see who wins the place in the semis.
Yes, and considering where he was,
56.
what a transformation in fortunes over the last couple of frames for Mr. Gilbert. Suddenly looking engaged again, interested.
57.
Yeah, no problem playing for the black now. The frame is 1.
$64. 65.
This is definitely the Dave Gilbert that we know and love.
$72.
He'll need to pass A test of cueing to keep the break going. Passed with flying colours. And of course the main examination has been passed in this frame, just getting it under his belt.
It's not bad.
80.
In the middle. Awkward last red, but
81.
glad if he can get himself right behind it.
$88.
No back-to-back centuries, but that's of only minor irritation value. After he's 147 in frame 2, Dave Gilbert remains in prime scoring mode. He's 2-1 up on Zhou Yulong. One more frame required, and he's through. At the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, Dave Gilbert on table 1 leads Zhou Yulong 2-1, a 3-1 win. We'll see Gilbert into the semi-final playoffs coming right up. On the other table, we're witnessing a display of total professionalism from Joe O'Connor. He's got to finish bottom of the group. Can't avoid it. And yet, a 2-0 down against Ricky Walden. He played a very nice third frame. Okay, there's £100 per frame on the line, but even so, no histrionics, just doing the right thing.
Yeah, he's a very, very good professional, is Joe O'Connor. Can Dave knock this long red in? Around the back of the black. Gonna hold out a ball. It looks good. Yeah, that's beautiful control. Gilbert back in again.
He suddenly found his mojo. And the most crucial word in that sentence, suddenly.
Oh. Five.
Good song as well, Billy Ocean. Will he play into the Reds? Yeah, I thought he might do.
Yeah, from All at Sea to Billy Ocean.
10.
And now he's cresting a wave.
Oh,
11.
he was probably hoping to make a splash in this Championship League.
I like it. No one listening does, but I do.
That's what means the most to me, Phil.
Minute, please, David.
Oh, Davey's disgusted with himself. I think he snookered himself on the red he's played on. He's not got into the pink enough. And maybe now he's
17.
wishing he'd played into the reds off the blue like probably would have done earlier on in the day. Suddenly as well, he's given it a little bit more thought. A bit more care and attention now we're at the business end.
The one positive aspect, he did pot some good balls with the rest during the 147. And there's another if the pink goes.
18.
Hey presto.
Well, what a bonus that would be. Screw off the pack of reds and out into the open. What a shot that was.
This qualifies as a
24.
realistic chance to win this frame in one hit.
I think he's one good positional shot away now. Gonna have to go down the table. If he can get
25.
himself back down onto a red to get onto the pink, could really be in business. That looks just about
27.
perfect. Couldn't have placed that any better with his hand.
The criteria for
28.
doing well in a group. Well, positions are determined first and foremost by points accrued. One win, 1 point. If it's tied on points, then it goes on frames won. And if Gilbert were to win this frame, that would be his 10th of the group, leaving Zhou Yulong marooned on 9. Even though
34.
Zhou would have 2 points, same as Gilbert, it wouldn't be enough. Nopon Sankam also
35.
has got 2 points with 10 frames won. So again, on that score, Zhou would come up short.
And I
41.
presume it's first v fourth, is it, in the knockout?
It is indeed. So if
42.
Gilbert wins this frame, he would be 4th, Nopon Sankam 3rd, because he's lost 1 frame fewer than Gilbert. So by my reckoning, with Walden being top, it would be Sankam against Zhao Guodong, Dave Gilbert against Ricky Walden.
The reds are in the open now. It's not quite sure where the pink is going. Is it? No, that's
48.
marvellous for Gilbert. He's staying on the black spot. Now,
49.
what a chance, Phil.
55.
Well, in this
56.
group, he's been like a golfer who's 4 over after 14 and then finishes eagle birdie, eagle birdie. Finishing with a flourish.
He's just come alive, hasn't he? Just when he needed it, and all
62.
of a sudden, after 3 absolutely flawless frames, he's found himself at match ball. Every credit.
63.
He looked down and out, didn't he, after that first frame of this match?
Well, the 147 got the juices flowing.
69.
Okay.
70.
And ultimately, Zhou Yulong, you can't really blame today. It was a poor performance yesterday in 2 matches that put him
76.
in the hole.
Yeah, he's actually played some pretty good stuff today, but, yep, like you say, paid the price for
77.
yesterday's poor performance. But it's been good to see him back playing some pretty good stuff today. He's a terrific player.
83. 84.
This would be a good display if it was in the first match of the group with the slate clean, knowing he had to do this, especially from 1-0 down.
90.
Something special. Just
91.
bear in mind again, winning the match alone wasn't good enough. He had to win 3-1 or 3-0. As I said at the time, when he went 1-0 down, he had no wiggle room whatsoever.
97. 99. 102.
Phenomenal performance.
106. 111.
By any metric, this has been marvellous.
117. 124.
Dave Gilbert, former Championship League ranking winner,
Gilbert.
is now prospering in the invitation version.
Yulong.
2 centuries, including a maximum and a break of 88. From 1-0 down and the brink of elimination, Dave Gilbert has stylishly fought back to win 3-1, and he will appear in the semi-finals coming up shortly. But before we find out about the semi-finals, we have to see what happens in the last round robin match. This is over on table 2. Ricky Walden led 2-0. Joe O'Connor stubbornly made 90 in the 3rd frame, and the 4th is up for grabs.
And that's a nice pot from Joe O'Connor. Nice shot, Joe O'Connor. Perfectly controlled down for this red. 4 reds that are out into the middle of the table. Although they're touching each other, I think they will pop. Even better. An unmissable plant there for Joe O'Connor.
Yeah, in the old days when there was a plant on like that, unmissable, when the balls were placed in a certain position, it was called a set in the old days.
11. 12.
Yes, it was a plant, but just a particular kind of plant.
Yeah, very well controlled again through the gap. Pink in the centre pocket probably. Position on the 2 reds.
20.
Well, I think Joe thought he'd missed that red when he struck it. He was up very quickly off it. Did catch it slightly too thick. Still in prime position. Need at least one of those reds on the black cushion near each other, so he's going to have to develop them somehow. Just leave himself high on the next black and stun into the first one to leave the second one on.
33. 30.
Played to perfection. So it looks like we're going 2-2.
40.
What a battler. Now, theoretically speaking, the Xiaoguodong Noppon Sankan semi-final, 2 plays 3,
49.
could get underway. The only issue, it's scheduled for this table.
50.
So they will have to wait, as will the Ricky Walden, Dave Gilbert semi-final on table 1. Walden's good, but he can't play 2 matches at the same time. Not that good. Not like one of those chess grandmasters who goes around and plays 20 people simultaneously.
This has been a good contribution. Joe O'Connor.
And that was the flamboyance we don't always see from him, all on that side on the cue ball.
Seven to one.
With breaks of 90, then 71, Joe O'Connor, playing only for pride, pulls back from 2-0 down against Ricky Walden to force a decider that's coming your way shortly.
Well, it's been maximum drama here this afternoon in Leicester. Group 7 is arriving at its conclusion, and it has not disappointed. Here's confirmation of the table after all the group games have finished. Joe O'Connor, unfortunately, the man from Leicester, he's been here for a few groups now and has done so very well. Of course, he lost in the group final of Group 6 to Judd Trump. Not to be this group for Joe. 5 matches played, 5 matches lost. It's been quite the opposite for Ricky Walden at the top of the table there. You can see 5 matches played, 5 matches won. He has confirmed his place as the #1 seed and has been unbeaten. So the semi-finals are confirmed. It's going to be Ricky Walden against David Gilbert on our feature table. Zhao Guodong taking on Noppon Sankam over on table 2. And well, David Gilbert must feel like he's dodged a bullet. There were only 2 scorelines that would see him into the semi-finals. He had to beat Zhou Yulong by either 3-0 or 3-1.
Okay,
he won 3-1, and boy did he do it in style. Breaks of 88, 1-2-4,
David Gilbert to
and
break.
snooker perfection. A third 1-4-7 break of his career, seeing out a breathtaking performance. It was a very slow start to this group for David Gilbert. I think he really struggled yesterday and earlier on, certainly, but knowing what he had to do in that last match may have just focused the mind. He played so well, and maybe David Gilbert that we all know and love has arrived. He's got a match up here against Ricky Walden, who's no doubt been the best player of this group. And Pete, this makes up for a very tasty matchup all of a sudden. I think if you'd have asked me this afternoon, I'd have made Ricky Walden a heavy favourite, but from what we've just seen from David Gilbert, it's anyone's.
Yeah, I think Gilbert just proved what a really good player he is. And when he gets it right, he's not been getting it right nowhere near enough for his own standards of late, but when he does, anything is possible. I just don't see Ricky Walden winning the group. I just think it seems so difficult to just keep winning and not lose any matches, that eventually you're going to lose one. Every credit if he can do it, but I just don't see it.
Well, me and David Hendon were sort of joking around the other day, sort of introducing a new curse, and it's the curse of the Championship League, because you're absolutely right. There is yet to have been, in this year's edition anyway, a player that has topped the group and then gone on to win the group. It just hasn't happened yet in all 6 groups. So, off that knowledge, Ricky Walden is a million to win tonight, but of course we know it's not the case. He could do, but he's got a very tough match here.
Short there.
7.
Just to the left of the black. He's come up well short. Just a safety shot, but and that's not straightforward where he is. Can't really get Gilbert in much trouble, I don't think. They have to just settle for leaving the cue ball somewhere down towards the green pocket.
Ricky Walden, 7.
In terms of the head-to-head between the 2 players, Ricky Walden leads 3-2 in proper ranking tournaments, as we would call them. The last time they played was in the quarterfinals of the English Open back in 2019. David Gilbert actually won that match 5-4, but in the Championship League, it's Gilbert with the advantage, wins 3 times to Ricky's 2 times. Of course, the last meeting came yesterday, the last match of the session here on table 1. Ricky Walden winning 3-2. Very little between them.
Damage done here. Possibly not.
One.
Well, it's a pretty good pot, but an even better kiss. He wasn't playing the kiss on the red in the middle of the table, but that has worked out a treat. Knocking the red towards the corner pocket and nicely on the green. And the pink is available down this bottom end into the right hand corner pocket, and that would be a huge advantage if you could get on it, put it back on its own spot where the reds are positioned.
Five.
Yeah, and he's on it. One good pot now on this pink. Could be in business.
David Gilbert.
Missed the
5.
pink, which has only presented Walden with exactly the same chance.
Really trying to get a high value colour in play there,
David
Davey.
Gilbert. 5.
Took the chance immediately to play on that pink. Didn't expect him to miss that. I don't think he did, the way he was sort of gesticulating after the shot. So first good chance now, you feel, falls to Walden.
Points will really hurt Dave Gilbert.
7.
Hard work was done.
Eight.
The one thing, I suppose, that is in Ricky's favour is the fact that 2-3 days ago he wasn't even in this event. It was a very late call-up. The withdrawal of Fang Zhengyi meant that Ricky had the opportunity to come and play, and he's made the most of it so far. He's played brilliantly well over the past day and a half, and I just wonder if he perhaps sees this as a free
14.
run, a free shot to have a run in a tournament.
15.
Yeah, it's a chance for him to play some match snooker. Win a few quid along the way, but he'll gain a little bit of a confidence going into the latter part of the season. He hasn't had a great season, I don't think, Walden.
21.
No, it's been a relatively quiet season, you're absolutely right. Only 2 appearances
22.
in the last 32, the Xi'an Grand Prix and the British Open. Just £40,000 in prize money banked as well, which for someone of Walden's class is a really poor season, isn't it?
28.
He's a player that I think most people think of certainly as a top 32 player, but he's currently ranked 38th
29.
in the world, so his results would suggest that things haven't been going his way. His ranking certainly suggests that.
He spent a large part of his career though in the top 16, or his injury woes. These points though, they will be really hurting Dave Gilbert sat in his chair.
35. $36.
Ricky Walden will know that also. Keep him sat there, kill his frame off at this visit. No reason why not.
$42. $43.
That's a nice enough rest shot. It'll be brown, the side cushion, and down the table for the red, just to the left of the black.
Well, he's gone
47.
two cushions to try and give himself a bigger target to play into, and he's slightly overrun it. You can see the shake of the head. He's not happy, but this red will still clip into this left corner pocket.
Yeah, the only thing with this is he's probably going to develop the black, which is not really what he wanted to do at this stage. 50-point lead.
48.
That's not too bad, I don't think. Can he still cue the pink? He's the pink and one more red. But I'm not sure where the red's going to come from, unless he's going to just roll the pink in and play the double. He's powered the pink in queuing over the top. That was a good shot.
54.
Right. Fraction too far somehow.
So this red is frame ball. Tricky one. Oh, and it's just found the jaw.
Ricky
Although,
Walden, 54.
lucky for Ricky, it's just come away as well. So he's not left anything for Dave. Does this snip in? It's incredibly thin.
That doesn't possible. But he's just decided to play safe.
Pretty advanced safety shot.
He tried to free the black, you see. You didn't silver pot that one, Steve, did you?
Second semi-final over the other side of the arena is underway. Zhao Guodong taking on Thailand's Noppon Sankam. Guodong has won the opening frame to lead 1-0 over there. That table is available live and free over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. The winners of both of these matches will contest the final spot available in the winners group. One place remains. Now Ricky just needs to try and contain things for as long as possible here. He'd like to leave the table exactly as it is because it's well in his advantage to do that. Now you see, not even tempted to try and play off that red back to balk. There was no value whatsoever. It's all up to Dave to make something happen here.
Really do. David would love to somehow get this red out of the way so the black will pot in the corner pocket, but right lot of option. Gonna risk trying to go down the table? Sure he can. He doesn't want to play just drop on it either. Not bad. Gilbert be tempted by this long red, try and stun across for the black. It's close. It was very close.
That was one of them that probably felt really good as soon as he struck it, just not quite accurate enough. So chance for Ricky to just take back control of this table. That cue ball up in behind the pink in the jaws of the pocket. He doesn't want it to go in though, and it has done. Oh, it's held the lip.
Attempt to here clip into the corner, but Walden has to be very careful. He's almost certainly gonna kiss into the black and reds. Gotta get it if he goes for it.
Well, you didn't see that one, did you, Pete? He had to get the red, but not in that pocket. That is outrageous.
Okay, thank you.
And David Gilbert has seen enough, and I'm not surprised. That was a very risky red that Ricky Walden decided to take on. It was a red he had to get because he was bringing balls into play, and he can laugh it off, but I'm sure Gilbert is sick. Ricky Walden, he leads 1-0. Welcome back. We're well and truly underway here at the BetVictor Championship League. The two semi-final matches are underway. Ricky Walden taking on David Gilbert for a place in the final to join either Zhao Guodong or Noppon Saengkham, who are locked over the other side of the arena. 1-0 Zhao Guodong leads.
Yeah, not a great break off from Walden, but let's see if Dave Gilbert has put that Mr. Pink and Fluke behind him. Ooh, well that has just squirmed its way in, but it's in. Now is it into the reds? It certainly is. How's his luck? How's his luck?
Well, the body language of a player usually lets us know before we actually know. He couldn't have struck the pink any cleaner there. Flush in the face. Bit of backspin on the cue ball to keep it in open play as well.
Yeah, Wood cueing, got to be careful. This is delicate.
David Gilbert, 6.
Yeah. Fortunately, he's not potted it. Just giving Walden another chance. You can pot this red and finish low on the black, just below where the red is. It could turn into a great chance very quickly.
There was a moment earlier in one of his matches, David Gilbert, he went into the reds and landed in such an awkward spot. The reds finished absolutely perfect, and he stood there and he said, how can you land there? And I think he'd have probably gone back to his seat after that pack split thinking the same thing. He's landed in a awkward spot. Okay, he may still have knocked the red in, but the fact is he didn't. Instantly handed a chance back to Ricky Walden. Probably feeling a little bit hard done by at the minute, David Gilbert.
8.
Of course, that's not for Ricky to concern himself with. This is very much all business tonight.
Nine.
Of course, these matches now become almost normal snooker for the players, so used to playing straight knockout events. These groups stages aren't played that often as Ricky misses the black down the rail.
Walden, 9.
So instantly David Gilbert gets another chance.
Yeah, there's not been many shots down the rail missed. I didn't expect him to miss it. But miss it he has, and this is a great chance to clear the black spot area.
1.
Now, will this red go when the black is respotted? This is a chance that Dave Gilbert has to somehow make the most of.
8.
Here is
9.
a little look at table 2. Zhao Guodong with a pretty convincing opener. The lead 1-0. Back in amongst them in the second frame against Noppon Saengkham. The pair played in the second match yesterday afternoon in the group stages on table 1. That encounter was won by Zhao Guodong 3-1 with a high break of 1-3-5. Played some pretty decent
16.
stuff, Zhao Guodong, in this group. 5 matches he's played, 4 of them he won.
17.
So on paper, Ricky and Zhao were the two outstanding performers, but that doesn't mean that they're going to contest this group final. Still a long way to go. Match is still best of 5, first to 3 for a place in the final.
24.
30. 36.
25.
A delicate little cannon.
Day off, mate.
32. Table Giblet. 32.
Last shot was pure frustration from Gilbert. He's played a little cannon and again he's landed in one spot he couldn't put any of the reds.
It's amazing how often that happens, isn't it? Go into the reds playing what you think is an unmissable cannon, a cannon that just can't possibly go wrong, and the game just has a way to find a way for it to go wrong.
Well, he might pot that one, but he's quite way too thick in the end. Gil's got to be a little bit careful here that he doesn't catch anything too thick or thin or kiss one of the reds trying to go back down the table. Sure, it's not easy. Got to get this just right. That is just right.
1.
Terrific long pot. It's a shot to nothing, but now has he got a delicate touch to get in behind the green or brown? Dare he risk it? He'll have massive rewards if he can get it, I think.
It really is a delicate touch because there's reds on the left and the right of the table. Can get this right, Ricky will be in so much trouble. A good pace. It's not a bad effort considering.
1.
It's very difficult to get almost touching because of the distance between the cue ball and object ball, but he's made a pretty good effort. At least he's got Ricky in trouble. If Ricky could pick the cue ball up and place it anywhere on the table with his hand, it would be the right side of the red closest to the right corner pocket. Try and nestle up to that, but how does he get there? The red halfway up the right side cushion, surely in the way for that shot. That's where he'd like to be, where he's pointing his tip. He come 2 cushions and get close to it. His concern as well is that if he doesn't get it right, he may leave one of the two reds right of the black available into the left corner pocket, and there's no doubt Gilbert will be on the attack. Meanwhile, frame 2 has been won by Zhao Guodong, and with a century break, so Zhao Guodong pushing on in that match. 2-0, he leads Noppon Sankam.
Somehow he's left it safe. I'm not really sure how he's done it, but he has. Just having a look to see if he can have a shot of the red into the yellow pocket, I think. Very difficult. If he overhits this slightly or underhits it slightly, he's going to leave a pot. He's got to get this just right or pot the red. Oh, terrific shot.
One.
Surely that's going to be a frame winner now for Gilbert.
Yeah, it was a brave shot to take on, but it was calculated. He came around and had a look. Tough pot into the yellow pocket, but to control the cue ball the way he did, that was what was more impressive. Creates a great chance for himself. That century break that Zhao Guodong made over on table 2 was the 150th century of this tournament, which is incredible numbers. The century breaks, particularly in groups 5 and 6, were flying in, and the record for this event is 159, so just 9 behind that. Surely that record is going to disappear. Probably not in this group, but certainly in winners group.
8.
Yeah, you'll be amazed if it doesn't with that field. Selby, Trump, Kyron. Oh, absolutely prolific century break makers.
Now again, Dave has landed in a spot. He's taking a red that he didn't play on.
Nine.
Having to work hard for what should be straightforward points.
This is a brilliant shot. Line and pace.
14.
But you're right, he is having to graft for this break, and it's not done just yet. He's a few pots away from taking the frame and levelling us up, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be straightforward. It hasn't been so far.
Does he get out far enough for the black? Just about. Surely.
22.
Gonna blow it this time. 52 in front. Frame ball.
23.
He's had a couple of chances in this frame, Dave, to get
28.
this frame won. He's finally got over the line. That last
29.
group game will give him so much confidence. He may not let on to the fact that he's feeling good after it, but from what we've seen over the past day and a half from Dave, I didn't expect to see a performance quite like that.
36.
You always know that there is one in there with Dave, but it's just a question as to whether it's going to
37.
appear. He's one of them players, David Gilbert, when you mention his name, you instantly think of him as a top 16 player. Because he isn't in the top 16 at the minute. Ricky doing Dave a favour there and conceding early to prevent Dave from getting all the tackle out to play that last red. So we're all level here in Leicester in the semi-final. David Gilbert, Ricky Walden locked at 1 apiece. The other semi-final, this has been a relatively low-scoring affair. Ricky Walden, David Gilbert locked at 2 apiece, just 2 half-century breaks made. But who will take the final spot into the Group 7 final? Zhao Guodong awaits one final place up for grabs to join the 6 players already in winners group. Hossein Vafai, Si Jarwi, Mark Selby, Kyron Wilson, Matthew Selt, Judd Trump all await one more player.
And I bet they're all sitting at home now thinking, who will break up?
Okay, thank you.
In this decider.
Deciding frame. David Gilbert to break.
Well, it is David Gilbert, so back-to-back break-offs for Dave.
John's just making the rules up as he goes along.
Well, he better make sure he gets this one right. Will he leave the long red? That'll be a pub quiz question in years to come. In 2025, Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League, who did back-to-back breaks in the semi-final? The likes which have never been seen before.
Red's already spread nicely open. This ball to get potted is going to be crucial. Oh, that was very attacking. Look at these reds now. It's like a 9-ball break off that.
This is the sort of thing you would see the players practicing at the start of the day. Chuck the reds out, just get your arm going.
Walden got the cover. Oh, he's got a very favourable kiss on the yellow. I think there is a long red for Gilbert, but it is far from easy.
And look at where the black has ended up. That could create problems further down the line. We'll see. This is a very tough long red to even attempt. He's got to top the cue ball, back up the table.
Foul. 6. Ricky Walden.
All happening. Ball's flying all over the place at the moment.
Never really threatened the pot.
Foul.
Although hasn't left anything for Ricky to go at. Although the next time Dave Gilbert comes to the table, he'll probably be exactly where Ricky has just pointed his cue. He'll send the red down the table, screw the cue ball in behind the yellow.
Didn't get the cue ball in behind the yellow, but is there a path back to balk for Gilbert? Doesn't really want to go anywhere near those reds near the corner pocket because they're all blocking each other. But he has done. Now, is it going? Is it making it? Oh. Christmas is over and he's got a hamper. like it was going to be a fairly straightforward frame, and before you know it, all the balls end up getting blocked by each other over this right-hand corner pocket. I can see somebody getting a fluke though. I can see someone playing safe and a ball ending up in the corner pocket here.
Well, what a messy frame this has become very quickly. Not only that, but Ricky, with no straightforward route back to baulk from where it's landed, I don't think he's got anything available to attempt.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep going on about it, but when these balls get re-racked, Gilbert will have broken off for 4 frames in a row.
It could well happen, actually. I don't think either player wants to play out a frame like this. Ricky Walden maybe playing a very attacking safety once again here, screwing back to baulk.
Oh, word, how did that not drop? Now, is there any way you can somehow get one of those reds to drop into the corner? Can he see this one?
Yeah, that would be the first thing that he's looking at. Can he plant something onto that red, but how does he get there? Is he trying to screw the cue ball across? Well, that was risky, but that was a brilliant shot from Dave. He's got everything moving there. Very clever to even see the shot and then to execute it the way he did. Brilliant.
Well, what an opportunity for Dave Gilbert.
He who dares.
Rodders. He's got the pink over the pocket, the black over the pocket, the yellow over the pocket, the blue over the pocket.
And don't for 1 second think that that shot was played out of frustration. David Gilbert knew exactly what was happening there. It was a calculated gamble. Felt that it would have been difficult to miss the red over the pocket had he got enough purchase on the cue ball, which he did. Very clever shot.
Yeah, and what an opportunity. He's hard to see how he can possibly go out of position. I don't even think he needs to risk playing the black. Just leave it where it is. Even the reds along the black cushion look unmissable where the black is positioned.
15.
He's taking the black. Got to make sure he misses the cannon. He's done. Yeah, and he's okay.
22.
Well, it's hard to see how he doesn't make at least 50 points from here, Dave Gilbert.
Left himself, though, a little bit hampered here. This red was unmissable when the black was over the pocket. Didn't fancy him to get it, but not as guaranteed as it was.
$30. $31.
straight on the black. He was able to just screw back in a dead straight line for this red into the middle.
38.
Yeah, just roll this one in for the pink. Stun it for the pink in the same pocket.
39.
Still 2 or 3 straightforward reds. I wonder if those 2 reds are also a plant into the
45.
corner. Or probably leave those alone after he's planting the last
46.
frame. I'd like to maybe move the blue to pop that red into the green pocket.
Well, just doing the right thing here, Dave. There's, as you say, a couple of options available to him, but he's just making sure he plays the next few shots with clarity. Knows exactly how to go about it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any pressure on this next red, because you can sort of screw it into the other reds, knowing that the blue is hanging over the pocket worst ways.
52.
Well, is he going to attempt the plant now? Seems to have left himself quite straight on the single red.
I think I would still take the single red. Play out into the open. Don't get great position, pop the blue and take the red into the green pocket just to keep yourself at the table. And especially having missed the plant in the last frame from her. Those plants, even though they look good, coming from an angle can always be misjudged.
Yeah, it looks an identical shot to that plant he missed in the previous frame.
53.
Separation between the reds and the angle in which he was coming at them from, so right decision there for me.
This is a plant. We'll see him screw back for it this time. Try and get himself a little bit straighter.
$59.
53 in front. I thought 59 in front. I forgot about the 6-point foul that Gilbert did earlier on. I think though if he gets the plant here, he gets this, he should be more or less there.
$60.
Yeah, and this time no problems with the plant. Didn't try and do too much with it either, so depending on the angle he has on this black, he looks to be incredibly straight. He has got a couple of options, a loose red or the red down the rail closest to the right corner pocket, which is what he's chosen to play for.
Rather have been playing the one in the open, but he had no choice. This is basically match ball.
67.
This goes in. I think it's over.
$68.
Yeah, what a wonderfully found shot to start this break. That was, in fact, a ball that leaves Walden needing a snooker.
75. $76.
What a classy contribution after the first red.
83.
Dave Gilbert.
$84.
Yeah, this has been so good because when he came to the table, yes, there looked like a lot of options, but it was quite a messy table. And sometimes that in itself can provide problems for the players. Dave has taken these so well. Chance of a century break as well in the decider.
91.
Not much Ricky could have done about this.
92.
He seems to have found another gear this afternoon, Dave Gilbert.
Yeah, I just think knowing where he stood in the group cleared his mind a little bit. Knew the knockout was basically starting
98.
a round earlier. Playing you long, knew he had to win.
99.
So this unmissable blue for his 414th century of his career. And what a time to make it. David Gilbert, a brilliant performance.
104.
What a break this has been. And if he goes on to clear the table, it'll be one of the nicest total clearance we've seen in this Championship League.
$108. 110.
Yeah, magnificent from the Guild.
113.
The curse has struck Ricky Walden, like so many others before him.
It's a real curse. There's curses all over the
117.
place at the minute. We've found another one. Curse of finishing top of your group. No one
122.
that has finished top of their group in this year's Championship League has gone on to win the group. Ricky Walden imperious throughout the group
128.
stages. 5 matches played, 5 matches won, but he's come up short here against a very, very impressive David Gilbert. A total clearance of 135, and you won't see many better breaks than that. It was a very disjointed start to this frame, but ultimately Dave Gilbert showed his class. Books his place into the Group 7 final to take on Zhao Guodong. There's one final place up for grabs in Winners' Week. Who will it be? Will it be Dave Gilbert or Zhao Guodong? We'll be back very shortly to find out.
What a tremendous transformation for Dave Gilbert in the last hour and a half or so. And it means he's one win away from joining these fellows in the winners group back here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester on February the 4th and 5th. That's Tuesday and Wednesday, the week after next. Already through, Hossein Vafai, Sijar Wee, Kyron Wilson, Mark Selby, Matthew Selt and Judd Trump, who made the small matter of 16 century breaks over the course of Group 5 and 6. He was runner-up in Group 5 and made no mistake in Group 6. But we still don't know the Group 7 winner, and Zhao Guodong must not be overlooked. The way he played against Noppon Sankam in the semi-final, winning 3-0, was simply superb. In fact, he finished off that match with a sequence of 298 unanswered points. So both finished their semi-finals
David Gilbert to break
with a real sting in the tail. Second time these two have played today. Zhao won 3-1 when they met in the first session, but I think it's fair to say, Stephen Hallworth, Dave Gilbert's a very different animal now to what he was then.
Yeah, it's been an incredible turnaround, hasn't it, from Dave? As you say, in the last hour and a half or so, his whole group, his whole demeanour, everything about him has just changed. He looks like he's up for the battle. He looks like he's playing well all of a sudden. He's got every chance. Zhao Guodong has played brilliantly in this group as well. Played great against Noppon Sankam in his semi-final. This makes for a very, very interesting encounter. The final place in winners group.
When you think in that last group match, when Gilbert went 1-0 down to Zhou Yulong, he could not afford to lose that match. He couldn't afford to lose another frame. Since then, he's had a 1-4-7 break, an 88, and another century to beat Zhou Yulong 3-1. Then in the semi-finals, we saw what he did against Walden, particularly that inspired break in the deciding frame. And things are going well for him. That was textbook, though. Off a couple of cushions to flick off the red and return to balk. Could not have played that any better. It's been a wide open group right from the start, and nothing has changed when it comes to the final, as Gilbert unsuccessfully tries to squeeze past the brown, and he might have left a free ball here. He has done. I'm sure he has.
free ball 4. No good on. Yes.
The referee for the group final is John Pellew, who of course officiated when Gilbert made his 1-4-7.
Green ball.
I think John might be the last referee standing in the venue, because of course he just refereed Dave's semi-final as well. Getting in the overtime.
Yes, and by coincidence, John Pellew also refereed the other 1-4-7 in the Championship League this year from Jad Jones.
Now, I know this is true in ranking tournaments. I wonder if the referees still hold one another to it. I heard on the grapevine that if you referee a maximum, you have to get the round in. John Pellew, unlucky to referee 2 in that case.
Yeah, but the size of the rounds would greatly differ, wouldn't they? Only 2 other referees here, so he could get away with that, surely. But if he was at a qualifying tournament with multiple tables, that's when it becomes expensive.
Yeah, especially as the drinks are provided for free upstairs.
So the question is, can Gilbert sustain his excellence for one more match? But over the piece as a whole, no one has scored more heavily than Zhao Guodong.
One.
The back-to-back centuries he made in the semi-final against Noppon Sankam, where he's 5th and 6th of the group. Came close to screwing it off there. He's also the highest ranked player
4.
in this group, so will that be a factor? Looking to become the second Chinese player into the winners group after Si Jiahui. And with the cue ball so close to the jaws of that top pocket, that was a terrific pot from Zhao, who's clearly full of confidence.
Nine.
And I think it's fair to say, as he plays another very well cued shot with the rest, I think it's fair to say that given the talent in the winners group, even with that, if he gets through, Zhao, given the season he's had, he's got the credentials to go all the way and win the whole thing.
Yeah, certainly. There's no reason why he can't. You know, he's shown us all this season just how good of a player he is, and, you know, there's been something bubbling inside since 2007 when he first got on the professional tour. He's been a good player for a long time, but that doesn't mean you're going to win tournaments, and finally that came true for him this year, or last year, sorry, winning out in Wuhan. Got to remember
17.
he's third on the one-year list, Zhao Guodong. Third behind Mark Selby and Judd Trump. Of course, they're involved in the winners group as well. He won't fear any of them. He's playing good enough to win for sure.
He's just making sure here he's okay in terms of potting this red. Now he's very close to the pink, obviously. The white is diagonally in front of the pink, if you like, so he should be okay, but sometimes these kind of shots play tricks with you. Nothing to worry about.
18.
Raised Gilbert's hopes for no reason. Now, is he out of position this time? Has he overscrewed?
25. Zhao Guodong, 25.
He will be disappointed with that. He was just a little heavy-handed.
One. Eight.
No, a chance from nowhere really falls to Dave. Oh, but that...
Difficult, but
I'm
eight.
not really too sure what's gone wrong there. He was up very quickly off that one, but as soon as he struck it, it was always running thick.
Well, he actually said, Stephen, that chalk is no good. Now, I can only assume he's talking about the chalk being used by his opponent.
Well, it's funny. Well, it isn't funny, but it's strange how that's happened so soon. We had a conversation upstairs in the players' lounge earlier on about chalk, funnily enough, and he did say that Zhao was using a brand of chalk that isn't the Tower, which most players opt to use. He certainly isn't using triangle, though, I know that much.
I know when we were in Saudi Arabia that Kyron Wilson wasn't too pleased with some of the reactions he got when he was playing Luca Brissell.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what chalk Zhao is using, but Dave clearly
Eight.
seems to think that it isn't the same as he is using.
You're right, most players on the tour do use the town chalk, swear by it. In fact, I think the word most,
9.
more accurately, should be the overwhelming majority. And sometimes when there is the odd player who stubbornly goes with another brand, that can get in their opponent's head.
I actually think that's what it is, Phil. You know, the psychological impact that it has on the opponent. It's crazy to think that such a small thing can make such a big difference to your opponent's mindset, but you're absolutely right. Luca Brissell is a prime example. There is no reason for him to continue using the old
13.
chalk, but I think he does so to try and get in his opponent's head. He probably loves seeing his opponent brushing the chalk off the cloth after his visit to the table. It certainly got under Kyron's skin in Saudi, you're absolutely right.
Ronnie
20.
O'Sullivan also a loyalist when it comes to the old style chalk.
$21.
And the kick that Gilbert suffered here, and there's no doubt it was a kick, it straightened up. An obvious kick. It's going to lead, it seems, to loss of frame. Let's hope it doesn't lead, Stephen, to loss of head.
And that could well happen, couldn't it?
28.
We've seen Dave Gilbert blow off on a number of occasions, but he certainly has found a better mindset this afternoon. There's no doubt about it. But I suppose
29.
in the same breath, he can be a ticking time bomb almost, and hopefully that doesn't affect him going forward in this match. He's played too good this afternoon to let that affect him.
$36.
This
37.
bread and butter black is frame ball.
44. Joe go down 44 on the frame.
I just thought Gilbert might possibly come back there. OK, he needed a couple of snookers, but he decides to remain in his chair looking a little crestfallen, a little disappointed. He's got plenty to be happy about, but being 1-0 down in the final, well, that is a cause for concern. Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. It is the final of Group 7 in the BetVictor Championship League. We've had 2 frames. They have been shared.
Thank you.
It's a race to 3.
Difficult but to break.
The match, the group, anyone's.
Good attacking safety shot there from Zhao, choosing to open the reds. Get the cue ball into Bork now. What has Dave found here? Yeah, not able to really play anything of any value. Can't get any sort of advantage from that type of shot. Just trying to contain things. Couldn't find a path back to Bork. Zhao will look to put Dave in a similar position as to where he was for his last shot, although he's underhit that and he's underhit it by quite some weight. So again, Dave immediately looking for a pot available, but he can't find one.
Wanted to avoid all collisions with colours, but the brown was like a boulder. So reliable with that kind of shot. I think that's one of the reasons why his fortunes have been so upgraded this season. Always been a good scorer, but I think he's potting from distance. That's been the big improvement, the big leap.
4.
Yeah, he stayed very aggressive from distance, hasn't he, as well? He doesn't play that type of shot half-heartedly, looking to possibly get the cue ball back into safety. It's all out. He fully commits. If he misses, he leaves his opponent banging amongst them. It's a very difficult way to think. It's a very difficult way to actually play the shot, but he's finally found a way to play them in a brave manner. It's what the best players in the world do. They don't think about the negatives behind a shot. They don't think about what they may leave should they miss it. They think about the rewards they'll get when they knock it in. And here's another great example of that initial long red creating a great opening for Zhao Guidong. After this shot, he'll be plumb in the business end of the table.
Lem.
He'll be 36 in a couple of weeks' time. He's been a pro for 19 years. This season has been the breakthrough season. Quarter-finalist in the Saudi Arabia Masters. Winner of the Wuhan Open, his first ranking title. He overcame Si Wei there.
19.
See, of course, already into the winners group as the Group 2 champion. From there, Zhao didn't take his foot off the pedal. Semi-finals in the International Championship. Runner-up at the Champion of Champions. But not happy with that positional shot because he's on the incorrect side of the blue.
Such a poor mistake to make at this level. You know, the players are such heavy scorers. When they get in, you just fancy them to win the frame at that visit, but this can quite often cause problems. Of course, the pot is no issue, but it's the fact, it's the disappointment at the next shot that you're playing this red into the corner pocket rather than where you intended
24.
to. Yeah, and he played it well in the end, and he took an extra second longer down at the table just to make sure, because he knew that he didn't want to let that chance float away. Back in prime position.
Not just
31.
this season he's made headlines, of course. In 2013, he was part of snooker history. Lost out to Ding Junhui in the final of the Shanghai Masters. The significance of that, it was the first all-Chinese ranking final. But in this final,
31.
Zhao has suffered a real setback with that missed red. Look at Dave Gilbert out of his chair so quickly. What a let-off.
1.
Well, for me, it was a strange shot choice from the previous pink to middle. He had a number of balls to play on down this left side of the table, chose to screw back across the face of the pink spot for the red at the back of that cluster of 3, and as it so happens, didn't quite get into the cue ball enough. Still didn't expect him to miss the pot, but strange shot selection for me. What a gift that has been for David Gilbert.
6.
Back at the table, and I can imagine he can scarcely believe he is back at the table.
Sam.
Yes, with not an awkward ball in view. All colours nicely in the open. Okay, the brown's close to the ball cushion, but that's a minor irritation. A very minor irritation. If he takes reasonable value colours with all of the reds and then yellow and green, he'll be far out in front. The position of the brown won't matter. And even then, it's not exactly tucked away. So given the way that Gilbert's been playing, given the way he's been scoring, certainly in this session, this
20.
should be gravy.
$21.
May have just come up a little straight on this black. Can he just pinch a little bit of angle out of it? No, so choosing to come on and off the cushion. And while the reds are in this position,
28.
he's got options. He can play his cue ball into areas where he's trying to land on 1 or 2 balls. That way he can then make a decision, which is the best way to go.
The last black he played, he actually struck it a little too well with deep screw and reverse side. The side really bit.
David Gilbert.
Dave
28.
Gilbert will be furious. He is furious.
He just didn't like that shot, did he? He was up and down. He couldn't decide whether to play it with a long bridge and stretch over, and the added weight on the back of the cue. He just didn't look set for me. What a let-off. Another one. Oh, but that's a very nice pot from Zhao Guodong. Shown good composure there.
I think with the previous miss from Gilbert, he was stretching even though he was using the rest, and maybe it was a balance issue that affected his timing. Zhao's not complaining.
Six. Seven. Fourteen. $15.
It's got the feel of a final, this, Stephen. More intensity than any match that's preceded it in the group.
Yeah, that's how it should be, isn't it? Because there is a lot more pressure on this. There's a lot at stake on this match as well. Not just the financial incentives of winning the frames, which are at £300 a frame, the extra 1,000 for getting to winners group, but
22.
the money then significantly jumps up in that winners group to £200 a frame. In the group phases, £10,000 top prize as well, but the place in the Champion of
23.
Champions. There's so many spin-offs from this event. It is a big event in its own right.
Yes, and whether it's Gilbert or Zhao who go through, in that winners group, only one player is already in the Champion of Champions. Judd Trump, as Zhao, his heart must have skipped a beat there. That pink wobbled and eventually just decided to drop. He caught an awful lot of jaw, didn't he?
Oh, he caught too much jaw for me. I mean, these pockets, we keep
30.
saying they've played on the generous side. That pink should not be going in. He's missed that. And that won't do Dave Gilbert's mood any favours whatsoever, because he'll be thinking the same thing. Albeit he had a chance
37.
in this frame, so he can't really count himself hard done by. Sometimes as a player you can't help yourself but to.
38.
Yeah, sometimes during this group he's not been looking when his opponent's at the table. Perhaps it would be best if he wasn't looking there. Well, he's going to go 2-1 down now. No ifs, buts or maybes.
45. 47. 50. $54. 59. 65 of frame.
Promisingly in, Dave Gilbert missed a bad red using the rest. He spent the rest of the frame sitting down, regretting it. Zhao Guodong is back in front. He needs one more frame to win Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League. Both players left the arena after the third frame. They are now returning. Dave Gilbert has got to pull himself together, just as he did against Zhao Guodong's fellow countryman Zhou Yulong in the round-robin match that got him into the playoffs. As for Zhao, well, it's just one more frame, Stephen, and he joins some terrific players in the winners group the week after next.
Yeah, it'll be a big achievement for whoever comes through this match. At the moment, Zhao Guodong is a big favourite, not only because he's 2-1 up in a race to 3, but the body language is all in his favour. Dave Gilbert is certainly a dangerous player when he gets riled up, and I think he's about at that stage now. He's attacked throughout. He's going to be attacking again. If they all start going in, he could still win this game. But that one fails, and that was close. It would have felt very nice.
And of course, to get under Gilbert's skin even more, that was the pocket that Zhao potted the pink into when it didn't look as though it was going to drop. That one was struck pretty well, but not quite well enough.
Well, it's amazing how he's not on one of those reds to right corner. He's got the one closest to the side cushion, but doesn't seem to fancy it, as he finally decided that is the right shot to go for. very tough shot that he's decided to play. The pot was hard enough, but the cue ball, look at where he's landed. He would have been on nothing.
One.
Stretching was the cause of his miss on the red in the previous frame, so doesn't want to do that again. That's why he's put the extension on the back of the cue for extra reach. A lot of cue though after the bridge hand.
Seven. Eight. $14. $15. $21.
The two group finals so far this week have been entirely one-sided. Group 5,
22.
Matt Selt made 2 centuries, should have made a third, missed the black for a hat-trick, but he beat Judd Trump 3-0 in no time. I was just about to say Group 6, Trump 3 centuries to beat Joe O'Connor.
28.
Had the split gone there though, we would have been looking very much at a deciding frame finish to this one. The best final in terms of competitiveness we've had over the 6 days.
David Gilbert, 28.
Not the best final in terms of quality though. Mistakes are being made in all departments.
Yeah, it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen next. The shot that Dave played from the pink into the pack of reds, it was always unlikely that he was going to land nice on a red. He didn't land on anything as it happens. Well, that was an attempt at the pot. It was a very tough one. From where he was, that was, well, you'd expect to knock that in a very low percent. Got nowhere near it in the end. Can Dave crunch this red in and stun through the gap for the pink? Yes, he can. Brilliant strike.
1.
Well, as much as we questioned Dave Gilbert's blind cutback on the red to middle in the second frame, we have to question Joe Godong's choice there.
10.
As you say, that was not playing the percentage game,
8.
just the opposite.
It was a strange decision to make, really, considering he's 2-1 up and it's Dave Gilbert that needs to make the running in this match now. The last thing Zhao Guodong wanted to do was gift an easy opener. He didn't gift an easy opener, but he did gift an opener. Dave Gilbert duly obliges and takes it. He had a guaranteed safety shot. Zhao Guodong didn't need to take that red on.
$14. $15.
As soon as he dropped on the pink, he wasn't happy. But he'll be delighted with that recovery pot. Position attached.
Yeah, that was an excellent pot from Dave because he was quite badly hampered over the top of the pack as well. Bit of a stretch, didn't look all that comfortable on it, but once again he's gone into the reds and not landed that nice. That's
20.
happened on a number of occasions today. He's played a shot where you think it can't possibly go wrong and he's just left himself a little tester. This is not easy to the middle. But again, another
21.
very well played shot.
$27. $28.
Well, he's just lost the cue ball through the reds, although he does have a red available to right corner.
34.
He needs red and colour. Could have been a lot easier, this. Probably playing up for the blue. Yeah, another very good pot.
35.
So blue takes him 68 in front with just 67 remaining. Snooker's required for Zhao Guodong. Although when Dave follows it up and pots this red, we're going the distance.
40.
Yeah, going the distance in a group final in this year's Championship League for the third time. Sijia Wee beat Jack Jones 3-2 in Group 2. Karen Wilson beat Jack Jones 3-2 in Group 3.
41.
There's going to be an awful lot at stake in a single frame. And all because
47.
Zhao Gudong went for a red. You would pot very rarely.
Yeah, in all fairness, he deserved to lose the frame from it because it was a bad shot choice for me.
48.
As I say, he had a guaranteed safety shot, and okay, he may not have been able to gain all that much of an advantage from it, but at least contained the situation. You're 2-1 up. I wonder if he'll live to regret that decision. What's going to happen next? The deciding frame. This really is anyone's.
54. $55.
Yes, in groups 1 to 6, if you lose in the final, you have the consolation of coming back for the next group, but not in group 7.
61.
It's win or bust,
62.
the next frame.
$68. 69.
Enough on the table when Gilbert pots this blue for a century.
$74. 76. 79. 83. 88. 94. 101.
Lovely stuff from Dave Gilbert. What a way to force the final of the group all the way. A century. It is 2-2. One place left in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League of 2025. One frame to decide who fills it.
Deciding frame. David Gilbert to break.
And he was after a good break off, and that's not it. Cue ball not close to the baulk cushion. This red has poked its head out, as it so often does. And Zhao Gudong find one good pot. No, not to be. So will Dave Gilbert get a chance at the long red? Yes, he will.
One.
Nothing but pocket. The distinctive noise when a ball thwacks into the middle of the bag. And what's more, he's on choice of colour.
Well, that's quite possibly the best ball he struck all week. And it's come just at the right time for David Gilbert. He's a beautiful cueist. He really is. He's got a technique that most people would love to have. It's that type of shot where it stands you up so well. That cueing shot.
Seven. Eight.
Not the best pack to go into. And it would have been nice to have had a free shot into them with this single red being close to the right corner, but didn't have a desirable angle on the black to do that there, so change of plan.
15.
Probably look to pot red black and go up for the
16.
loose red, leave an angle from the blue and get straight into them from that way. Well, he needs that cue ball to run, and it's not a good positional shot from Dave. You can see the little
23.
grimace as he walked around the table. This is very thin. You can still pot it, but it may mean now that he has to go up for a baulk colour. And once again, he's seeking an angle to get into the pack. Yeah, so much so it made the red missable. The black was the poor shot there.
David Gilbert, 23.
He could have only left the red he went for, and the black is obscuring Gilbert's path to it.
Well, that's a really nice flick he's had off the green. Dave can't see anything down the right side of the table. He may be in a spot of bother. There's a lot of traffic down the left side. Well, he's looking at the red on the pink spot, trying to swing the cue ball over the reds, back round and up the table. Played it well.
Yeah, now is the time to be really sensible. Okay, both have been attacking. There's a time and place, and a deciding frame finish in a group final is where you have to rein yourself in. Obviously, if you fancy a shot, take it on, but don't push the boat out.
Yeah, which is still what surprises me so much about the red that Zhao Guidong attempted in the previous frame. He was fully in control of the match at that stage. He was well in front. 2-1 up as well. He was one good chance away from winning this group there and then. All of a sudden, one bad shot selection, one bad decision goes to a decider, and then it really is anyone's. And at the minute, Dave Gilbert is in charge of this deciding frame. He's got control. Now he's looking at a little delicate one here, the red up into the yellow pocket. Just sort of screw the cue ball across, play the cannon to the pink, try and push it on for the left corner.
A fraction away there from giving himself the chance to wrap it up. Always looked a little wide. And of course he played the positional cannon very nicely, but it's immaterial when the pod doesn't go in.
Yeah, the only positive is that he knew he wasn't leaving any reds available for Zhao Guidong. Now, we could see a frame in which all the reds end up close to the balk, or at least in the bottom half of the table. That red over the yellow pocket is causing problems now. The deciding frame between Dave Gilbert and Ricky Walden became very disjointed early on. This could go in a similar way.
Yes, in that decider, when you saw how the balls were congregated around one pocket, never in a million years did you think it would be one with a break of 135.
Really did show his class, didn't he, Dave, to not only make that contribution, but to clear the table at that visit. Such a good break. Showed so much composure, and it was a very well worked out shot to get in initially. Almost a trick shot. But it was played to perfection, and he still had to stand up and take them, and he did. He played so well. He's in trouble here though. Zhao Guidong has played a nice shot. He's got the cue ball close to this top cushion. Dave's got to be careful in attempting to get the cue ball back down on this cushion. He doesn't leave a path to that red over the yellow pocket or push any other reds over pockets.
Got to be happy with that, hasn't he? Got to be. Okay, there is a red to middle, but the risk factor is high, to say the least.
Yeah, and that little smile from Zhao Guidong, he's thinking exactly the same thing. It feels like an all or nothing shot. It pretty much is an all or nothing shot. If he gets it, he probably wins the match. If he misses it, he most certainly will lose it. Is it time to hedge your bets and put the group on this one shot? Been a lot of snooker played up till this point, a lot of matches, and it feels like it's all come down to this one pot to middle. Brilliant.
1.
It caught the near jaw. Often when that's the case, the ball is repelled. This time, though, it fell.
Only the pace keeping that in. Any harder and it may have stayed out. Well, what a brave shot, and every credit for standing up and taking it. He took a moment. He stood behind the shot. He accepted the fact that if he missed that red, he was going to lose the match, and with it, the group. That is a very, very tough decision to make as a player out there, particularly in a deciding frame.
Now so many options, you need clarity of thought. Taking that one frees up the blue
8.
in its entirety.
Eleven.
Absolutely no
12.
development work to do. All of the reds are open. It's just, as they say, connecting the dots.
Seventeen. $18.
The way this match has gone, it still doesn't fill me with confidence that he'll win the Freeman match at this visit. Feel a little bit on edge myself, but it is a great chance. And really, he should win the frame from here, but it's never that straightforward, is it? No matter how easy the chance.
24.
Dave Gilbert can't watch in the background, he's seen enough.
25.
Of course, worse for him as well is that he was sat directly behind that initial red to middle. Sure, he wasn't sure if it was going to drop or not as he saw it graze the near knuckle.
The shot actually was reminiscent of an early
30.
ball in Ronnie O'Sullivan's famous 147 in the deciding frame of his UK semi-final against Mark Selby. Caught the near
31.
jaw, went, and the rest is history. But Zhao
37.
knows only too well he should win the frame at this visit, and that creates pressure in itself.
$38.
There's no great imperative to drop on the right side of the blue, because with 2 reds in bulk and 3 down this end of the table, there is no right and wrong side. He's okay either way. Everything in his favour.
43. 44. $50. $51. Good job. The other one. The other one go down. BetVictor.
John Pellew just advising Zhao Guodong that his logo is maybe coming off. So just tapping it back on. It's one of those sticky things.
Well, he's not landed A1 here. He's on this yellow. He may be a little too straight for comfort. He'd like to play for the red next to the green, but may be playing with a very small margin there. Might have to screw down the table for the red closest to him. Well, he did play for the red next to the green, and now he's going to have to play it with the rest,
53.
which adds an element of difficulty to it. It's 30 points to the good. Needs 2 more reds. So this next shot feels like match ball. Whichever red he decides to take.
He's not a bad player with the rest, Zhao Guodong. I've noticed with him quite often when he does miss, sometimes he hits the ball a little too thick. Nothing but pocket there, right into the heart.
54.
Closing in on victory.
Yeah, and the cue ball just continued to run on, but at least it ran on far enough that he's got an angle enough to get in and out of balk. Presumably the red he's targeting is the red on the right side of the table. It's further into the open play. Can he just avoid the green? In and back down. Checked it up, took the risk out of the shot completely. He's not ideal on this red,
59.
but this is match and group ball.
Doing the right thing, taking that extra time to compose himself. And the red is missed. Gilbert has a lifeline.
59.
36 behind, 43 on.
Well, he took an age to get down and play that shot, Zhao Guodong. I don't know if it was nerves or what, but he just couldn't set himself properly. He
Zhao
couldn't
Guodong, 50.
bring himself to get down and play it. Well, what a moment.
One.
He was one frame away from being eliminated from this event earlier. He was one ball away there. David Gilbert has played with fire throughout this Group 7. Can he find a clearance when it matters most to win the group? What an incredible finish to this group it's been. And that cue ball needs to run on, and it isn't going to, so it might have to be the red to the corner pocket. It's a very acute angle to drop that in the middle. How's he feeling?
Well, he doesn't have to do anything with the wide ball, but you're right. No margin of error whatsoever. Oh, no, Dave.
David Gilbert.
What a
8.
shame. It was such a tight pocket entrance, and Zhao Guodong is immensely relieved. Again, he's got match in group ball.
One.
And as soon as the red went in, a very disconsolate, crestfallen David Gilbert conceded. Well, before a ball was spotted in Group 7, we did say that it was going to be one of the keenly contested groups in the tournament, and it came right down to the final frame. It could have gone down to the final ball, but Dave Gilbert, with a chance to clear, caught that far jaw of the middle pocket with the red, and Zhao was able to cross the line. 3-2. He wins, and he joins Si Jiawei, his fellow countryman, as the second Chinese player through to the winners group. Confirmation of the lineup here on Tuesday and Wednesday, February the 4th and 5th. Iran's Hossein Vafai, the aforementioned Si Jiawei, world champion Kyron Wilson, former world champion Mark Selby, Matthew Selt, who played so well in Group 5 this week. No one played better this week than Judd Trump, with 16 centuries in 2 groups. And then Zhao Gudong, completing what should be a very attractive lineup and what should be a great group to watch. So again, it will be February 4 and 5, Tuesday and Wednesday, the week after next. Now the snooker circuit goes on to Berlin, to the German Masters. Both Zhao Gudong and Dave Gilbert will be involved. Who will win there? We don't know, but it should be cracking viewing, as indeed will the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League, when not just the overall champion will be crowned, but also someone will earn a ticket into the Champion of Champions later in the year.